because it is a tool that supports the safety of patients in our country. So it is an honor and a pleasure to give the floor to our institutional guests, and in particular to Mr. Gemato, the Undersecretary. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Francesco. I would like to thank you, Ms. Basticchi, Ms. Campanale, for imagining, implementing, and executing the National Breast Implant Register, because its objective is to implement the law about implantable medical devices. I see a lot of distinguished guests, and since you are so many, I would like to say good morning to Ms. Perotta. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the extraordinary work you are making. Thank you so much. Your work is very important, and your work is also bearing fruit. And then I would like to say good morning to General Goretti, who is in charge of preserving the health of our Italian patients. And then I see Ms. Aurigema from the Lazio Regional Council, but I will stop there as regards the institutional greetings, even if I am aware I may have forgotten somebody. But I would like to speak about the updating of our national healthcare system. Our extraordinary healthcare system was created by law of December 1978, and if you think about it, it replied to a need that was totally different at the time compared to the current needs. At the time, we had a young population, and we were right after the economic boom of the 60s. Today, the fertility rate is much lower. At the time, we didn't have to manage chronic diseases, and today, 80% of the fund is dedicated to chronic diseases. So we didn't have also the innovation in the pharmaceutical industry that we have today, which is something that allows Italy to be one of the countries with the population with a very high, a very long average year. So we can and we must invest in our healthcare system. And I would like to say two things. Before the COVID, the National Healthcare Fund had 114 billion euros in 2019, and today we have confirmed the expenditure level of the COVID period, even if we no longer have COVID and we no longer have expenditures for masks, vaccines, etc., and everything that was related to the management of the pandemic. But we confirm that level of expenditure, and we now have 143 billion euros. In the past 3 years, our government has invested 17 billion euros more for the national healthcare system. So I'm saying that because we have to recognize the extraordinary intervention of our government for our health. And I'm saying that also because together with this higher funding, we also need new organizational models that can better manage our healthcare system. And the National Breast Implant Register lies exactly there. So we need to optimize. We need the real-world data of the evidence after a breast implant, because this is required to performance healthcare performance, but it is also required to improve economic performance, because we need more funding for our healthcare system. That's true, but we also need new organizational models. Otherwise, the National Healthcare Fund is just a fund where we pump in funds, but we do not manage the performances in terms of healthcare. So we have done a great job, and we have now medicines that are better distributed, because we do not have just a direct distribution in the hospitals, in some hospitals actually, which are far from patients in faraway areas. And we also have medicines that can be distributed in pharmacies, because pharmacies are present everywhere in Italy. We have 20,000. We have pharmacies even for small cities where we just have 200 inhabitants. So this is something that we are doing, and with the new organizational model, we have brought medicines closer to citizens. So this means that citizens can better cure themselves, and the indirect effect, what we observe, is also that we have fewer hospitalizations. So this means a saving for our healthcare system. And we put back at the center also the sustainability of the healthcare system, thanks to new organizational models. We had envisaged a certain level of expenditure, especially for diabetes-related medicines, and we also achieved to bring medicines closer to citizens and to have savings for the state. And this was confirmed by the tables between the regions, the government, and IFA. So this is an organizational model that has to be implemented together with others, and the register goes in this direction. It is, of course, something very innovative. I think that we can be a reference, a benchmark at the European and international level, and we could have a real-world evidence before and after breast implants, and the scientific evidence that we will get together with artificial intelligence and the electronic medical record. All this will make it possible for us to acquire data in an anonymous way, ensuring the highest level of confidentiality, and this will allow us to have a better healthcare system, also improving expenditures. And Article 32 of our Constitution provides for the universality of our healthcare system, and this is exactly what we are doing. And I want to say to our managers from this ministry, everything we do should have two targets. Universality of the healthcare system, because we treat everybody in Italy regardless of their origin, citizenship. We treat everybody, but that is why we have to consider also the sustainability, because having this universal system means that the system must be sustainable. And I would like to thank you. I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you, Undersecretary. Thank you so much also for underlying the path that led to the National Breast Implant Register and for presenting the objectives of the Ministry.
Abbiamo incardinato questo provvedimento.
Yes, so there is a bill that we have presented at the Senate and that should be approved before the end of the year. Thank you once again. And now it is a great pleasure for me to speak about the importance to reach a certain level of funding for our healthcare system. So it is a pleasure for me to introduce Ms. Daria Perrotta. She works for the management of expenses at the national level, and I want to say that we have worked on the identification of objectives. Objectives that were established for the use of these new funds. So this was an important work for the Ministry of Health, for the Ministry of Economy, for the State Accounting Office. So as the Undersecretary said, we managed to reach funding levels that we had never reached before. And especially, we have to say that we now have this budget that is not related to an emergency, but to reach specific objectives in order to try and ensure the best possible healthcare level to our citizens. And this means that we also focus on prevention a lot. And then there is also the National Breast Implant Register, and the Ministry of the Economy together with the State Accounting Office have provided that support in order to structure this document. So now we are following the path that was decided and will be followed also by the other registers that will be created. I would like to remind you that the National Breast Implant Register is something unique at the national and international level. And now let me give the floor to Ms. Perrotta. Thank you all, and thank you for this invitation and for underlying the collaboration between our administrations, given the importance of this kind of expenditure, because it is an expenditure for our health and which requires a greater transformation. But let's go back to the register, because as you reminded, we need to be aware of the importance of this tool and of the other tools that are being created, starting from the National Breast Implant Register. There are three aspects that you consider: the subjective, the objective, and the teleological side. It is not just another register. We have to say that because it is a register that wants to be the register of registers, because of the plurality of objectives that can be reached. Together with the clinical monitoring, the control and the traceability of implants, The register also means that we can collect the data that is required for the management and monitoring of public expenditures. You have mentioned the funding that we have for the sector, and you have also indicated short but also medium and long-term perspectives and the importance of assessing and monitoring our public expenses. I would like to thank Sojay, because through data collection, we can better define our public policies. The right to health was underlined by our Undersecretary, and our Constitution says that it is one of the fundamental rights, and it is also a right that allowed our case law to understand whether budget limits can also be applied to this kind of right. Probably that there is not one single answer, but rather an awareness that should be shared by all. The fact that we have to consider budget limits, but we do not just have to consider these limits, because there are fundamental rights like the right to health. So budget limits, even when we manage them, mean that we have to ask ourselves a series of questions, and we have to classify some expenses as capital expenses, or we can use an accountability or another one based on the different needs. But the problem is not just to find an accounting solution. What we need to do is to consider short and long-term objectives, because we will reach objectives automatically, because regardless of classification that is also a result of international statistical authorities that apply general principles that often do not consider the different peculiarities of our countries, because you have to consider that there are also common law countries. What we have to do is to be more aware, and regardless of the classification of expenses, if we assess them, if we monitor expenses, and if we correctly input them in our system, we will reach our objectives. I always say that accountability has strict rules, even rules that seem quite far from our common sense, but everything, our behaviors, our choices, political choices, then have consequences on our public expenditures. And so public expenditures then tell us where exactly we have to go. But prevention and the correct use of medical devices, short and long-term control of public expenditures will create the possibility to better manage our expenses. So it is a path where I often say that we do not need new definitions. We need to verify the tools that can help us provide tangible proofs of what we do. But in order to do that, we need everybody's help. Institutional operators, economic operators, citizens, because citizens have to be aware. We need also to train them and to control them. And so I would like to thank all the agencies that support us. What we need is a collaboration and a coordination between different government levels, and we know that healthcare is one of the domains where there are different territorial levels, and there is also collaboration that is needed between public and private healthcare. This register proves that we have been the first in Europe and at international level to feel the need to collect all the information. In our case, the healthcare system is a universal one, and we are proud of that. And therefore, we have to track these devices throughout their path in order to understand how they are used for prediction purposes and for prevention purposes. So by monitoring the use of these tools and by evaluating our expenses, we are not creating limits, but rather possibilities to know how we can better spend our money, and therefore this means that we can also have more resources. So by collaborating all together, considering also horizontal subsidiarity and therefore the competencies of the different government levels, we will be able to put aside that image of the public administration that we have had in the 19th and 20th century. For example, think about Kafka, Gogol, Flaubert. Everybody talked about hostile administration up to 1984 by Orwell. But even in Italy in the 50s, there was a satire literature, and there was a book called Mysteries of Ministries. And Calvino wrote a review to this book. And he invented that term, the ministeriality. Ministeriality is an alienation that can be felt by the citizen when he perceives that his future is in the hands of this distracted and far administration. So we can say that today we can prove that the administration is not far, it is not awkward, and it is not distracted. Thank you.
Grazie molto.
Thank you, Ms. Perotta from the State Accounting Office. Thank you for the nice words for the Ministry of Health, but also for underlying the path that we are doing together in order to change and improve constantly our healthcare system. Now, according to our program, we have Mr. Procaccini, member of the Commission for Health, and he's also a member of the Commission for Employment and Social Affairs. He is connected remotely. Thank you for your time, and you have the floor. Good morning. Can you hear me? I see Ms. Wasticki. Thank you for this invitation. And of course, I would like to say hi to the Ministry of Health Undersecretary Gemato. I will just say a few words from my point of view. So from the point of view of the European Parliament, as you know, the European Parliament will shortly be working on this proposal by the European Commission that was presented in December last year on the structural amendments on the European regulation on medical devices that from 2017 changed the implant sector in Europe, and it changed it positively because thanks to that regulation we had better safety standards, we had more stringent controls, and especially we had a higher level of protection for patients. On the other side, there is also the other side of the coin, and we have observed some criticalities in terms of high costs, high bureaucracy, and difficulties to adjust the system. So many medical devices were recalled. So this new regulation sets the objective to correct some criticalities that we have observed. And this is a discussion that basically started in December last year, and Italy has contributed with his experience to this discussion. And I represent Italy here in Brussels, and I can say that Italy is at the forefront, and this is quite evident if we look at the National Breast Implant Register, but it is not just that. I believe that Italy represents a good point of balance between different interests, and I believe that it is fair and correct to interpret the public role as it is interpreted in Italy, because public administration must not create obstacles, but rather create guardrails for the technological innovation, avoiding risks of derailing and avoiding higher healthcare costs. And this in a world that is bigger and bigger, and where technological innovation is more and more distributed. So we need to be careful, prepared. But I think we could speak about that even on another occasion, and I would like to say that I am available to keep discussing and to take part in the discussions about the new regulation, starting from the contributions that I will receive from the Ministry and the national stakeholders. So I am open to listen to you. And meanwhile, I would like to wish you a fruitful day, and I hope we will be in touch soon. Thank you, Mr. Procaccini. As chief of the department, together with Ms. Guasticchi, we will, of course, contact you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, let us now move on with our agenda, and I leave the floor to Ms. Flora Giorgio, Head of Unit of Medical Device Department at the DG Santé, at the European Commission. Please, you have the floor, Flora. Good morning. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, we do, and we'll leave you the floor immediately. Thank you to all of you, and I convey you the greetings of my Director General, Ms. Gallina. Unfortunately, we couldn't go to Rome. We are in Brussels, and it is also raining here. It would have been a real pleasure to be with you and participate more actively in such an important day. This is an important day, specifically because it marks a moment of reflection and planning towards the future, because we are gathered to see and analyze as such an important tool as is the National Registry of Breast Implants can somehow contribute to the achievement of objectives that have inspired this initiative, that is today traceability, patient security, and the importance of those tools to also manage in a more appropriate manner Italian healthcare system. Having said this registry is not only a national initiative, but was already recalled before. It is a true flagship in the European framework and in the global scenario at large. This is one of the most complete registries, and it is a true point of reference because there are many other national registries that have been created and that followed the Italian example. Those tools are all the more important, especially in light of the moment we are experiencing. If we look at the regulatory framework at the European level, the proposal made to the European Commission was already mentioned before. There are many ongoing developments in this regard, and the proposal made by the Commission is aimed at improving a regulatory framework that is very ambitious, but that has somehow brought about side effects that resulted in many problems and concerns for the healthcare system. Let us think of a lack of some important medical devices for the healthcare system. Well, this is a true emergence that we have experienced and that we have tried to address in a provisionary manner. However, the Commission made the proposal to solve this situation, and this is exactly one of the reasons why I couldn't be with you today. I'm in Brussels because we're here to analyze how we can improve and make the regulatory framework more agile. The aim is to achieve the very same objectives achieved by the Italian National Registry of Breast Implants, with the aim of supporting innovation, because innovation is the very base of the healthcare system and clinical activities, and it is also a fundamental tool for our healthcare professionals and patients to provide for the right care. A level of care that Italy guarantees to all of its citizens. So this is a very important moment. And the compulsory nature of EURAMED is also something which we must recall. 4 of the 6 modules will be made compulsory, meaning that all the operators will have to refer to those modules to find information and to receive information too. We're pretty sure that this system will bring about positive results, as also occurred with the National Registry of Breast Implants. The registry was established in 2012, and in 2021 it was made compulsory after the COVID pandemic. And from that moment on, the information collected started to be very comprehensive, thus ensuring higher security levels for the patients. And I would like to conclude my intervention by thanking the Italian Ministry of Health, especially for investing and believing in the power and importance of such registry, which is still a true flagship for our country. And I would like to also thank the Ministry for promoting a sort of convergence between among all operators of the system. From my understanding and from what you've said during the introduction, the idea is to extend this initiative to other fields. The Commission is observing this system and the whole area of implantable devices, especially breast implants, in a very careful manner. And the last initiative that has been promoted was promoted together with an institute, in the INSPRA Institute, to support the development of specific criteria for silicone used for breast implants and common methodologies. This is something we're working on. Drawing from what you've done in Italy, the idea is to join together all stakeholders, all healthcare providers, so to promote a wider cooperation and to reach wider results. Our idea and our hope is to provide European healthcare systems a more agile and a more foreseeable regulatory framework that can better adapt to the need of the sector. The healthcare sector truly needs a regulatory framework that focuses on the security of the patient. So without further ado, I would like to thank you once again. And here in Brussels, together with all representatives of member states, will be more than open to look for possible and adequate solutions in the short term, so to support such an important sector. I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you. Thank you very much, Flora, and thank you for the cooperation and support that you've offered to our ministry, not only in this regard, but also with regard to medical devices. We've made many meetings over the past years, which have been extremely fruitful. So thank you so much for your support. And now I'll take 5-6 minutes before starting our sessions. Senator Fini and Mr. Capellacci were supposed to take the floor, but there are some connection problems, so we will see if we can solve them or not. And the minister will join us at around 12 p.m. because he really wanted to be an active part of this conference. Unfortunately, he could not be here with us since the beginning of the conference, but he will join us at around 12 p.m., especially to underline how important this path is to all of us. However, before starting our first session, I would like to tell you something about the agenda, about the structure of the conference itself. Obviously, I would like to thank Ms. Campanale and Ms. Guasticchi, along with all people working in the offices of the Directorate General and the Ministry at large. They are carrying out a great work with a huge commitment. It may sound redundant, but I think it is important to tell you that the establishment of the National Registry of Breast Implants was a true challenge for us. The last 3 years were really committing. We've defined a clear methodology with regard to data collection and data control, and this is something that was already mentioned by Ms. Daria Perrotta. Collecting data in a proper manner is extremely important, and we must do so by implementing a common methodology, so to make further assessment more agile. The aim is to guarantee full traceability of implanted patients, and the National Registry also turns into a strategic support tool for planning activities that were evidence-based. It is still a unique experience, an international scenario. Results were presented in February 2024. Sorry, 2025. I took office in February 2024. We collected all data referring to the previous year, to the year 2024, and data were presented in the year 2025 in February, as I've just said, and the results achieved proved to be extremely important. We moved on with our activities, and what we're gonna do today is to show the role played by this National Registry as a leverage for healthcare governance, a governance that must be effective and innovative at the same time. The main results of the 2025 report will be presented. These are real-world data. The epidemiological profile in reconstructive aesthetic plastic surgery will be analyzed, and we will underline the importance of the value of the data contained in the registry. Why are those data so important? Because they allow us to define guiding principles to improve care provided to our citizens. Starting from real-world evidence, what we want to do as the Italian Ministry of Health is to promote a governance model based on outcome research, with the aim of moving towards the establishment of a national unified registry of implantable medical devices, which is a proposal that is currently under examination by the Senate. The establishment of the National Unified Registry of Implantable Medical Devices will bring about huge changes, because we would have registries available to monitor real-time what happens within Italian hospitals and healthcare structures. This would allow us to take prompt action should the case need be, or should some mistakes or problems be detected. Thanks to this, we can better manage the resources available and to improve the safety of our patients. As for the second session of the day, we will focus on governance of implantable medical devices. We will analyze organizational models and strategies to ensure quality, equity, and clinical appropriateness. And a more in-depth analysis will be made on the strategic value of data integration, data contained in the registry and data coming from other databases, like, for example, data coming from the National Outcomes Program, which is a fundamental leverage not only for the Ministry of Health, but for the whole healthcare system, if we really want to improve the quality of the care we provide. And let me reiterate, all of this is based on scientific evidence and real-world evidence. Before concluding my intervention, I believe it is important to also stress the role played by Italian regions, which committed, alongside the Ministry, to guarantee participation of all stakeholders involved, also in the management of the IT platform. So our cooperation with them is still ongoing. The idea is to make monitoring activities of information coverage more efficient. There is also another aspect which has already been mentioned, but that I would like to reiterate. That is to say, surveillance of compliance of regulatory principles. In this regard, the presence of the representatives of the Carabinieri is truly important. The National Registry will be a truly important tool. And let me conclude by thanking Mr. Loizzo for promoting dialogue between inter-parliamentary committees and to all associations of patients that are gathered here today. Their support is so precious and valuable to all of us that truly contributed to the creation and establishment of this national registry and for its effectiveness. And then, of course, I thank all of you, all of the participants, both the participants who are here today and those who are following us remotely. And I also thank the institution with which we are currently working at an international level, so to promote data collection within registries in compliance with the European regulation. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for being here with us. And now I'm supposed to launch a video.
In tutto il mondo, oltre 35 milioni di pazienti sono stati impiantati con protesi mammarie. Nel 2024 in Italia ci sono stati 53.065 nuovi casi di tumore al seno e dal 2010 al 2024 il 98% degli interventi ricostruttivi ha utilizzato protesi mammarie. Il Ministero della Salute vigila, attraverso il Registro Nazionale degli Impianti Protesici Mammari, sulla sicurezza e sulla tracciabilità delle protesi mammarie che vengono impiantate. Il Registro Nazionale è il primo, nel panorama internazionale, a essere stato istituito per legge e reso obbligatorio. Tra il 2023 e il 2025, il registro ha censito 68.776 interventi chirurgici e 112.924 protesi impiantate. Il 55,7% degli interventi ha finalità ricostruttiva, il 44,3% estetica. L'età media dei pazienti che si sottopongono agli interventi è di 46 anni. Sale a 51,9 anni negli interventi ricostruttivi e scende a 38,5 anni in quelli estetici. In ambito ricostruttivo, il 71,1% degli interventi è eseguito dopo una diagnosi di neoplasia, il 14,2% per malformazioni mammarie e il 14% per mastectomia profilattica. Gli interventi vengono eseguiti in strutture pubbliche ed equiparate pubbliche, nel 66,4% dei casi. Le restanti operazioni avvengono in strutture private. Le protesi mammarie migliorano la qualità della vita, ma non sono definitive e richiedono un monitoraggio continuo. Il registro nazionale è essenziale per la sicurezza dei pazienti e migliora la qualità dell'assistenza sanitaria. Per ogni valutazione clinica, per i controlli periodici e in caso di dubbi, rivolgiti sempre al tuo medico o allo specialista.
Buongiorno. Introduciamo qui.
Good morning. Let us now introduce our first session of the day. We're going to talk of the transition between the National Registry of Breast Implants to the National Unified Registry of Implantable Medical Devices, which is the true goal we've set ourselves after the great success of the National Registry of Breast Implants. I would like to thank Ms. Sabrina Gioria, our colleague from the Joint Research. I would like to thank her for being here with us today. And I would also like to tell you that, besides all authorities that I have already mentioned by Mr. Menini, from Canada, we have other people connected from the IFT. Hey. Before leaving the floor to Ms. Campanale, which is eager to take the floor, I would like to tell you that during the meeting we had last week, with regard to the post-market surveillance and vigilance group of the European Commission in the subgroup Medical Device Coordination Group, Mr. Minella, who is here with us today and who represented us, received the applause by all of the colleagues that were there, precisely because our registry of breast implants is a unique reality at a European level. In other European contexts, there are registries available, but in Italy, our registry is more comprehensive and it is compulsory. Without further ado, I'll call here on stage Ms. Campanale so that we can listen to her. Good morning.
La proiettano loro dalla regia?
No, secondo me devi fare tu, Antonio.
Ma non ho la condivisione. Devono far partire la presentazione. C'è qualcuno dell'assistenza?
Scusate, oggi abbiamo avuto una serie di piccoli disguidi.
Sorry, we are having some glitches, but we are fixing them.
Devono mandarla dalla regia?
No, ecco.
Questo per andare avanti?
Sì. Giù per andare avanti. Lo sotto.
Ok. Allora, innanzitutto buongiorno.
First of all, good morning. It is a pleasure and an honor to open this session where we are going to present data and results that testify this multi-annual commitment, a commitment that is now producing data that can be used for the protection of health. The Ministry of Health, as a competent authority for medical devices in Italy, in order to ensure its patients' safety as regards the use of medical devices, has to ensure that on the national and European market, the medical devices are effective, efficient, and safe. It has to monitor the safety across the entire life cycle of the medical device. And it should also assess the proper use of implantable medical devices, identifying any others. And it must also be able to detect potential safety alerts and ensure the traceability of patients when needed. So which tools are available to ensure all of this? Well, the European and national regulatory framework is fundamental because it provides orientation on how to perform these activities. And if we consider the source of data that we have as a Ministry of Health, and if we think about the electronic health record, the hospital discharge records, and also the vigilance and surveillance database, so the database that we use every day, in reality, we realize that these systems were created for other purposes. So these tools do not allow us to perform all these activities that we must perform as a competent authority. So why have we thought about a registry? Because a registry is a systematic collection of demographic, clinical, and surgical procedure and implanted, explanted medical device data. So it is the right tool to monitor patients from a clinical point of view, to make also epidemiological evaluation for study and research purposes, and healthcare planning for prevention, assessment, and monitoring of risk factors. And with this registry, we can also focus on specific surveillance aspects. We can enhance the traceability activities on the territory. And as we said before, there is also the EU regulation on medical devices, which means that we can also evaluate the long-term safety and performance of implantable medical devices. And this is what we would like to discuss today based on the experience that we have acquired through our National Breast Implant Register. The register is active and it was launched in 2023. It is something unique. It is mandatory by law for medical operators and for economic operators too. So this is what is extremely innovative. And then the added value is the real-time data analysis. So when we present data, I like to show this real-time analysis, and this is the data extracted today at 7:30. So in addition to the data that we are presenting today, so you can see that we have about 80,000 patients that are being monitored. So those who do research know that this is a very high number, because these are numbers that can be used for studies providing scientific evidence. As of today, we have more than 151,000 surgical procedures that are being studied, because we study and monitor everything that happens, and more than 137,000 implanted processes. In this slide, you have some data about the report that was published this morning. You can find it on the dedicated page of the Ministry of Health. And here you see the first image, which shows the epidemiology of healthcare assistant in reconstructive and aesthetic plastic surgery. You see that The situation in Italy varies in the different region. Lombardy region, Lazio and Campania are red, and which this indicates the number of surgeries performed. And you can see that after 3 years from its inception, we can say that in our country, in 56% of our cases, the surgeries, plastic surgeries, are for reconstructive purposes. But if we look at the same map, the situation changes if we focus on reconstructive and aesthetic plastic surgery. In blue, you see the breast implant surgeries with aesthetic purposes, and in pink, the one with the reconstructive purposes. Campania region is the region with the highest number of surgeries with aesthetic purposes. And you see also areas that are yellow. They are yellow because no surgeries have been recorded. This does not mean that there are no patients. This is just a symptom of a migration of these patients towards other regions. Instead, in pink, in this map, you see breast implant surgeries with the reconstructive purposes. Lombardy region is the region with the highest number of surgeries, followed by Lazio region. But let's deep dive, because these are different patients. When we say that a breast implant is implanted for aesthetic purposes, we refer to the clinical condition when the patient intends to have a breast implant for aesthetic purposes, or to a patient that has ptosis. So this is what happens in our country. So in the blue chart before, you saw that Campania region was the region with the highest number of these surgeries. But here in green, you see the region's attractiveness. So the regions where patients migrate in order to look for this kind of assistance. So we see that these regions are mainly Lombardy and Lazio region. And then on the right-hand side, you see patients' passive mobility. Of course, you see here all the details of patients' mobility. Let me just show you that those two yellow regions indicating that there are no surgeries recorded in these regions. Well, this happens because there is a 100% of patients' passive mobility. And I can tell you that these patients move to the closest region, but we see that Campania, which has the highest number of surgeries, has the lowest proportion of patients' mobility. This is a unique slide because today it is difficult to have an informative system to monitor what happens in the different hospitals and healthcare facilities, private and public and accredited healthcare facilities. And as you can imagine, these kind of surgeries are performed especially in private practices. But there is also an important role of facilities, health facilities equivalent to public, especially in Campania and Sicily region. As I said before, we have especially mammary hypoplasia and hypertrophy, or mammary ptosis, and which is the reason of follow-up surgery. Well, in 32.8% of cases, this is due to the fact that the patient was not satisfied from an aesthetic point of view. And the second reason is the capsular contracture or ruptures. Let's see what happens if we observe the population of patients implanting breast implants with reconstructive purposes. In this case, the implant is done because of breast cancer or because of a high breast cancer risk, and in that case, it is for prevention purposes, or the surgery is performed for congenital breast deformities or trauma. As I said before, here you have a chart showing the epidemiology of healthcare assistant in reconstructive surgery. Lombardy is the region with the highest number of surgeries. Unfortunately, as we said last year, from the south of Italy and from the islands, there is a high level of patients on passive mobility. In this case, consistently with the data I'm showing you, the lowest number of passive mobility is associated to the Lombardy region. And then some curious data. The reconstructive surgery is covered by our healthcare system in all regions except for Lombardy region, where we have facilities equivalent to public with a good level of activity, and also Campania, Sicily, and Lazio region. But we will deep dive on these regions because private facilities play a very important role, even if we are talking about reconstructive surgeries. The registry also tells us that in 71% of cases, implants are implanted because of a breast cancer. And here the importance of reading data in an integrated way, also considering the other sources that are available. So we have to consider this data. And especially for this kind of patients. According to the latest report about number of cancer patients in Italy. Well, according to this report, we know that we had 53,000 new breast cancer diagnoses. And if we look at the analysis of the situation from 2010 to 2024, and I would like to thank Dr. Bergamaschi and Dr. Giordani and Di Pilla for this data, because we collaborate on a constant basis, and having data also means analyzing the different sources of data. Well, this is the situation. This is new data, and we have observed a reduction of partial breast resection and an increase of mastectomies from 8% in 2010 to 16% in 2024. What does it mean? It means that if we have women living after diagnosis of breast cancer, and number of women that is increasing, because apparently, according to data, we are talking about 925,000 women living after diagnosis of breast cancer. Well, it becomes important to ensure a good quality of life to these women who have to recognize themselves in a new body, in a new image. And so we are talking about breast reconstruction. And a nice element that we can observe between 2010 and 2024 is that breast reconstruction surgeries have ramped up over time. So it means that there is a higher attention to breast reconstruction with implants. And we know that in 98% of cases, patients undergo breast reconstruction with implants, and therefore having a mandatory registry becomes really important. And if there is a reconstruction in 98% of cases, reconstruction with implants, then this registry becomes even more important for the safety of these patients. And the registry also tells us something else. And this proves also the importance of reading data in an integrated way. It tells us that even if mastectomies have ramped up. It is also true that 92% of implant-based breast reconstructions follow conservative mastectomies. So a conservative mastectomy means that we are working well on the territory, that early diagnosing and screening activities are working, because if a woman undergoes a conservative mastectomy, means that she can have also a better results. And the registry also tells us that patients that underwent this kind of reconstructive surgery then had a diagnosis for revision surgery in 36% of cases because of capsular contracture, in 18% of cases for ruptures. But what is the time between the implant and the revision surgery? And here you see how important this registry is even for research. The Directorate General is focusing on this line of research in order to investigate the time interval between implant placement and the onset of capsular contracture or implant rupture, correlating this data with clinical variables specific to each patient. And let me show you just one part of this study that is being reviewed by scientific journals. So we are still waiting for the scientific approval of the work. As we said last year, and we want to repeat today, unfortunately, radiotherapy and chemotherapy affect patients. So this means that patients that underwent surgery for aesthetic reasons usually need to undergo a new treatment after 10 years. Instead, patients undergoing preoperative radiotherapy and chemotherapy usually undergo another surgery after about 5 years. So we need to consider that to improve our health care. And therefore, knowing the time, the lifetime of an implant becomes important also to prevent complications, reduce reinterventions, reduce patient risks too. So finally, this means improving the quality of care. And if I improve the quality of care, if I reduce the number of surgeries, I also reduce the costs for the national healthcare system. And therefore, I improve the healthcare assistance and improve also the impact on the states. And now, let me conclude by saying that the National Breast Implant Registry represents an infrastructure of knowledge that supports us in evaluating healthcare assistance, in taking decisions, and also in the sustainability of our national healthcare system, because what we are building is not just a collection of data. We wanted to turn this data into a value for patients. That's why I have included here this statement I like as a researcher. By this American statistician. He said, without the data, you're just another person with an opinion. And that is exactly what we are trying to do, moving from opinions to evidence, from intuition to knowledge, from fragmentation to a systemic perspective. Because behind each data, there's a patient, there's a clinical story, there's a choice of treatment. We believe that analyzing and reading this data correctly really means a better healthcare to these patients. Thank you so much. Thank you, Antonella, also for your enthusiasm. in this presentation and also in all the activities you performed with your group. Now I would like to invite Professor Valentina Orlando from University Federico II. She's working for us to define algorithms that are really fascinating. So let me now give the floor to Professor Orlando. Thank you so much. I need a technician because my computer is stuck. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Health and the head of department, my colleague, Mr. Menini, and the Director General of Medical Devices, Ms. Wasticki. Thank you so much. So please give me a few seconds, because if the computer doesn't work, then I can make my presentation without the slides.
A voi, diciamo, più che altro valutare. Io le ho anche stampate, quindi. Sì, più per precauzione. No, non va. No, non è questa. Non è questa. No. Questa qui. Grazie. Allora, non ho ringraziato la dottoressa Campanale.
I forgot to thank Dr. Campanale because she presented the current situation of the National Breast Implant Register, and she said that without data, we are just a person with an opinion. And she also underlined that what we have to do is to move from a fragmentation of data to a systemic vision. And so this is where outcome research lies. This is a scientific discipline that, starting from evidence resulting from clinical practice through scientific methods, tries to create evidence for governance in order to protect public health. And about 100 years ago, Eliot asked himself two questions. He wrote, "Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge, and where is the knowledge we have lost in information?" If you think about it, today we should ask ourselves this question. And so this sentence is still modern, but we do have the data, actually. We just have to decide what to do with it. Dr. Campanale said it. She's an expert with the clinical know-how, so she can read that data. It is not just somebody that has to take a decision. So she's first a physician and then also somebody that takes a decision. So the right question we should ask ourselves is not where we can find the data, but rather how to turn the data into governance choices for a complex healthcare system. So the answer to this question is given by outcome research. I don't want to make a lecture, but I would like to understand with you what outcome research is. In this slide, you see a position paper of 2016 published on the New England Journal of Medicine. It is destined to become a point of reference for all those that study outcome research today. The title of this position paper said that data alone is not enough, and you need a method to turn data into an evidence. 6 years later, again on the New England Journal, what was stated was that this real-world evidence is no longer a promise. Today, it is a standard practice in regulatory decisions. So we use this data, and governance is based on real-world evidence. But let's think about it. In 2016, in the position paper by the FDA, what was discussed was medicines, drugs, and medical devices. But if we consider what happened over these 10 years, we see symmetry, because the infrastructure of medicine in terms of real-world data is much more structured compared to the one of medical devices. And this is not a matter of willingness, but because a medical device is not a molecule, it is a device. It doesn't have a therapeutical cycle, but it can persist for years within the body of a patient, and it requires an enhancement that is much longer compared to a medicine. So this makes us understand that outcome research is not just something we can apply to medical devices. We need standardized practices with a dedicated infrastructure. And this concept is confirmed because it was said that we are in the era of medical devices, and we need a dedicated infrastructure. This syllogism is extremely simple, and it starts from the data. We said it, and I want to stress it again. Data that then becomes an information, and then the information is turned into knowledge, and knowledge is at the service of those who operate from the point of view of governance. But without a methodology, and we are here talking about registries of medical devices in general, this cannot work. That is why I want to stress that without a methodology, a registry is just a collection of information. But with a methodology, a registry can become a dedicated infrastructure for the government decisions. This is what outcome research is. Who should do that within the national healthcare system? Well, we should consider the knowledge valorization, the so-called deferred mission, so the capacity to turn scientific evidence into actions that have an impact on the society. The literature is very explicit, and already in 2003, it was proven that scientific knowledge enters decisions through the linkage and exchange model. So this is done through continuous and structured relationships between research and policy, because evidence, as it was proven in 2017, in order to be translated, evidence has to be translated into language and timing and forms that decision makers can actually use. And this is not something simple, especially for us as academics, because sometimes we tend to be limited to our domain. So the CIRF, the CIRFF, is exactly that, a stable institutional interface between academia and healthcare governments, starting from the assumption that every decision we make should be based on the most updated and effective scientific knowledge for the specific context we are considering. And so what I'm going to show you in the next slide is the outcome research activity that is being carried out together with the Ministry of Health, and specifically as regards implantable medical devices. We focused on category J, so active implantable medical devices, and category P, so implantable prosthetic devices. And we assessed 3 dimensions: consumption, so population exposure to the medical device, spending, so the economic impact on the national healthcare system, and surveillance, so the number of alerts over time. Let's start from the first dimension, so that of consumption. Data says that in 2024, national healthcare system invested 7.5 million in implantable medical devices. So the information we can get is the information you see here. We see that orthopedical prostheses absorb 70% of consumption. So one group of implantable medical devices accounts for 70%. But what is interesting is also that the top 5 groups of prostheses cover more than 90% of the expense. And after orthopedical prostheses, we have eye prostheses, face prostheses, and vascular prostheses, and implantable medical devices for other heart functions. So this is just if we consider the consumption.
Let us move on to the second dimension, which has to do with the expenditure, that is to say, the economic impact on the national healthcare system. In this case, the picture is a bit different. If you look at the slide, well, it's a bit difficult for me to read the slide, therefore I'll read the printed version. However, there's an important data. The national healthcare system in 2024 invested 1.6 billion for implantable medical devices, so only P&J. And if we stratify this information according to the seat level, only 3 groups account for 85% of the expenditure, and they are the P09, the orthopedic prosthesis, the vascular and cardiac prosthesis, and implantable medical devices for cardiac functionalities. These are the 3 groups that were already part of the top 5 ranking in terms of consumption. And if we look at the right part of the slide, we can see how data start to change. The first category, that is to say orthopedic prostheses, are first ranked in terms of expenditure, but only because they are so in terms of their consumption, because if we look at their unity cost, it's quite reduced. Whilst in the case of vascular prosthesis and implantable medical devices for cardiac functionality, well, in that case, since their unit cost is quite high, they are second and third ranked. Let us now try to analyze the third function, that is to say, surveillance. Well, these are no data, these are cumulative aggregate data referring to 2024. We cannot limit ourselves to analyze year-based data. Let us try to analyze the slide so to see what happens in this case. Up until 2024, we have 15,000 incidents that were reported with regard to implantable medical devices. If we stratify this data according to the SID first level, we see that first ranked are the implantable medical devices for cardiac functionality. Then we have breast implants, but in this case the difference is very huge, because in the case of J01 we have more than 6,000 incidents reported, whilst in the case of breast implants the incidents reported are approximately 4,000. Then we have orthopedic prosthesis, and fourth ranked vascular and cardiac prosthesis, with around 2,500 incidents reported. Therefore, data are similar, but at the very same time they are also different. Let us now try to put all those data into a unique dimension. In this slide, horizontally you have the consumption, vertically you have the expenditure, whilst the dimension of the bubble has to do with the monitoring activities. So the three dimensions are mixed together. The groups having a higher importance are the cardiac and vascular prosthesis and the implantable medical devices for cardiac functions. What is interesting is that breast implants are in the bottom part of the diagram, but the bubble is very big because incidents reported are quite numerous. However, as for consumption, data are low and expenditure is low. So even if consumption and expenditure are low, do not have a huge impact, the bubble is quite big due to the monitoring activities performed and to the risk associated to their use and to their placement. What we have done is to interpret a DM core index with regard to the governance of medical devices. The indicator takes into account 4 different dimensions. The first one is relevance, that is to say technological complexity, the innovative nature of the medical device itself. Then we have a second dimension, that is to say consumption, its exposure to people. Then we have a third dimension, that is the expenditure, the impact on the national healthcare system. And the fourth dimension is number of incidents, that is to say monitoring. For each dimension we have 1 to 5 score, and we have created a predictive algorithm classifying the implantable medical devices and attributing to it a priority class, ranging from very high to middle to low. The results of the implementation of this predictive algorithm to the first 3 categories tell us that the groups SID first level with a very high score and with a high priority are orthopaedical prosthesis, vascular and cardiac prosthesis, and implantable medical devices for cardiac functionality. The 2 groups represent the priority group on which the governance may establish the next generation of registries. So we provide an instrument, and the DM Core Index was created to be put in the hands of those who take decisions. We have this diagram with data, information, knowledge, governance, and then the real impact. However, governance is not the last step. It is the beginning of something else. What is governance? What does governance mean? Governance means creating something. The most important thing is the real impact assessment of a regulation. Every governance action, once it is translated into a law, generates an impact, and that effect has to be measured, because the true outcome is not the regulation, but the impact generated by such regulation. And if we do not measure it, we cannot understand what is going on. We cannot learn from our experience. So we assess the real impact, and a new cycle starts over again. This is an ever-ending cycle, because knowledge always evolves. And this is the approach of the outcome research, basically. What I've tried to show to you is not an arrival point, it's not the end, it's the beginning of a new cycle, which is starting over precisely today. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Professor Orlando. Since it is my turn to take the floor, I would like to stress something which I believe is very important for us as a Ministry of Health. The professor is part of the table of precisely dedicated to the definition and setting of priorities. It was a pleasure to listen to her words. She could perfectly outline the methods in a very transparent manner. Choices that will be made in the future will be based on scientific data deriving from existing IT systems. I thought of flows, expenditure, I thought of the vigilance activities, all elements that, when gathered together, will tell us what we have to focus on, what are the medical devices we should focus on, and the establishment of National Unified Registry of Implantable Medical Devices is very important in this regard. All choices made are evidence-based.
Spero di avere meno difficoltà. Forse ce l'ho più grandi perché non riesco a leggere assolutamente quello che c'è.
Oh, unfortunately, I can't read what's on the screen. So I'm having even more difficulties than Professor Orlando. I can't find my presentation.
Sì, tanto basta me la trova. I guasticchi. Grazie. Me la metto in modalità presentazione. La posso mandare? Qual è giù questo? Ok. È in modalità presentazione. Me la mette grande anche sullo schermo, per favore, che non vedo niente. Ok, va bene, fa niente. Leggo da carta. Ok. Buongiorno. Allora.
Good morning. Let us start over again. My intervention is in line with what Ms. Campanale said with regard to the reality of the National Registry of Breast Implants and to what Professor Orlando has just said, that is to say, the tools that we will use, and I will use the present since I'm an optimistic, for the National Unified Registry of Implantable Medical Devices. We've made huge struggles over the past months to turn this registry into reality. You might not be aware of the process that we have to follow to have a law approved. But however, I can assure you that it is something which is very difficult. We were able to...
Because as Ms. Perotta said before, there is a strong interest even from the economic point of view. But I am an epidemiologist, so I'm interested in data and information and everything that is related to the output of a system. So, I'm sorry if I'm having some difficulties with the presentation, but how was this National Breast Implant Register created? This is just the beginning of the process, which will bring us to the unique breast implant register. We started because there was a problem with the specific kind of implants. There was a silicone that was present in these implants, and the silicone was not compliant with the EU Directive 93/42, and therefore the patient's recall had to be immediate. This process took some time because it was not possible to recall all the patients in a short period of time, and we didn't even know whether it was possible to call all the patients. So, law number 86 of the 5th of June 2012 was enacted for the establishment of the national and regional breast implant registries, patient information obligations, and ban, and this is another important element, a ban on breast implants for patients under 18 years old. But the difficulty in recalling these patients was really high.
In the vigilance system, which works very well when it comes to detecting possible criticalities, what are the main critical issues that were reported in that case, and not only in that case, even in other situations? First of all, patients' traceability and lack of independent monitoring of the long-term safety of implantable medical devices. So this was a huge problem, because in most of cases there are scientific societies or industries or other subjects using data for other purposes, but there is not an independent monitoring, which in fact is all the more necessary, especially to guarantee long-term security of the device itself, because I can place the implant today, but in case a problem should occur, I must be capable of remove it or replace it. Let us look at the main critical issues The first one was the metal-on-metal. What is that? This is an angled processes releasing metals. From 2010 to date, we are trying to trace back the patients which reported such a problem. That brings about metallosis. But this is a very long time, which cannot be accepted. And then we have Mycobacterium chimera with an ICU contamination. In this case, the process to trace back patients lasted from 2014 to 2024. Then we had other cases of Mycobacterium chelonia valve endocarditis, and then high battery impedance in pacemaker, which immediately blocked the functioning of pacemaker with all consequences that you can easily imagine. As for the second criticality that I mentioned, has to do with the knowledge of a device lifetime. Do we know if a medical device still works and still works properly? And the independence of a competent authority comes to play again. In 2021, the implant age is equal or above 75 years of age, because the efficacy and the lifetime of medical device was about 10 years. Then in 2025, this number changed. However, transcatheter aortic valve implantation is still being analyzed with the aim of assessing its efficiency. And so to understand in a precise manner the medical device lifetime and performance. With regard to the EU Regulation 2017-745, which was mentioned by Professor Giorgio and Mr. Focaccini, the regulation on medical devices in its Article 108 states the following: the Commission and the Member States shall take all appropriate measures to encourage the establishment of registers and data banks for specific types of devices, setting common principles to collect comparable information, and to contribute to independent evaluation of the long-term safety and performance of devices, or the traceability thereof. Therefore, we have a European endorsement. This is why we must do that. And this is something which has not been done in the other countries of Europe, at least not in the way we've done so, because we have a truly complex and thoroughly system in place and register in place. The National Unified Registry of Implantable Medical Devices is called RUMDMI, and it is a tool that allows us to promote healthcare governance. If we have a governance on breast implants, and we know how important it is, there are many people here in the room who cooperate with us, and they perfectly know what are the results we've achieved, even in those regions where there's a huge use of breast implants both in public hospitals and in accredited structures. I'm pretty sure Mr. Baglivo will make mention of this, but this scientific approach on which every single decision should be based is something I would like to stress upon. Mr. Baglivo will show us in a very precise and detailed manner what is the problem we are experiencing with the many information systems that are currently available to our ministry. The hospital information system, but even at a European level, we are among the best performers at the European level. This is something we've just said before, and we're really proud of the results we've achieved. Databases on consumptions and costs. We have many flows of information, but however, none of them is useful to promote the traceability which is needed when we talk of breast implants and implants at large. None of those information provide us a clear framework in terms of long-term duration and traceability. This is why we've decided to promote a national unified registry, as we consider it as the only possible solution, and we drew from the experience of the National Registry of Breast Implants. What are the steps we took? Everything started with a bill. I'm really sorry that Professor Martelli is not here with us from the Presidency of the Council of Ministers, but I want to mention him because of the huge works he's done. So everything started by a bill, which was considered as the best available one. It was selected by the Presidency of the Council of Ministers as a model of AIR, which is an economic and financial assessment, a very complex document that the Presidency of the Council of Ministers, in the person of Professor Martelli, that was submitted and presented, which was quite a success to us. On the 20th of November, it was approved by the Presidency of the Council of Ministers. Then on February the 26th, 2026, it was submitted and approved by the State Regents Conference. Then it went back for a second approval to the State Accountant General, and then it reached the Parliament and the Senate, as was mentioned before. We hope to reach the goal by the end of the year. What are the ambitious objectives of the National Unified Registry? First of all, clinical monitoring of implanted patients, epidemiological monitoring of risk factors, prevention, assessment and monitoring of risk factors for diseases potentially associated with medical device implantation, vigilance and surveillance activities of implantable medical devices, traceability of patients undergoing implantation when necessary. So this is truly a unique tool. We carry out many surveillance activities on a set of implantable medical devices. Please consider that medical devices are around 500,000. So Professor Orlando had to select specific categories, and what she's done is something fundamental, because otherwise we would have gone lost because they are so many. So as I was telling you, the traceability of patients undergoing implantation when necessary, traceability of implantable medical devices, independent evaluation of the long-term safety and performance of implantable medical devices, and support for expenditure control and economic financial planning. Having said this, let us go and analyze the structure of the registry. The registry looks like this house. It is made of many rooms, which in the bill are called sections. The first section has to do with the Registry of Breast Implants. The other sections will be built and created based on what we have listened to from Professor Orlando. And over time, we will analyze the situation more in depth. So these are the macro objectives, so to say. This registry, which is a tool for healthcare governance, follows the path of the arrow you see in the slide. We cannot implement the registry for all medical devices available that are over 500,000. We must prioritize specific medical devices, always implementing an evidence-based and scientific-based approach. Who are the parties involved? As a matter of fact, the National Registry of Breast Implants is a beta test that turned into a concrete reality, an operational reality. So it is our reference model. So there are economic operators, manufacturers, distributors, healthcare professionals, the Ministry of Health and competent authority, and the regions and autonomous provinces of Trento and Bolzano. What is the flow that we will follow? Economic operators will send information on how many medical devices, implantable medical devices are sold in Italy, and data on buyers, data of healthcare professionals and on implantable patients are included in the registry, and based on the respective competencies, the Italian Ministry of Health and regions and autonomous provinces analyze data collected and take action should this need be. Then there is also a system of penalties in place. Many actions have been taken in this regard. The National Registry of Breast Implants made some incorrect behaviors manifest, and so there's a system of penalties in place to face and cope with this situation. Before concluding, I would like to reiterate data which has already been mentioned by Professor Orlando. Over 8 billion euros for medical devices. With regard to categories P and J, these are the implantable medical devices and active medical devices. So active implantable devices, as I was telling you before, and implantable prosthetic devices and osteosynthesis devices. Implantable accounts for around 22% of the expenditure. 0.6% of them is represented by breast implants. As for the National Unified Registry of Implantable Medical Devices, it will support the Ministry for independent assessment and evaluation. All is focusing on patient security and carrying out real-time analysis. It will allow us to monitor implantable medical devices used in public and private healthcare facilities. It will allow us to understand how effective the implantable devices are, and it will allow us to define the corrective actions to be implemented and to better control expenditure. What have we understand? Three different things. Have we understood three different things? The experience, the past experience was a very positive and useful and valuable one. Therefore, the National Registry of Breast Implants will serve as our reference point. Everything is based on objective elements. Therefore, each and every decision which will be taken in a serious manner. And then there's a regulatory framework which is well defined that is in place. I think this is all from me now. Thank you very much for your attention. We will have a coffee break now, and then we will resume with the second session of the day. No, I'm sorry, the minister is joining us. Therefore, we will wait for his speech, and afterwards we will have the coffee break.
Sì, questo sì. Allora no, mi ricordava la dottoressa.
I was told that the entire directorate has collaborated, and each one of us gave their contribution to the implementation of the project. I see the directors of the different offices, one is there. I see my colleagues, and I would like to thank you all because this is the result of a collective effort. Even if we work in synergy also with Mr. Cellotto, who is our guardian angel.
Grazie, buongiorno.
Thank you, and good morning. I would like to say good morning to everybody. Good morning also to the participants. This is an international event that we wanted to organize here at the Ministry dedicated to the strategic role of medical devices in the national healthcare system, and in particular, the National Breast Implant Register is really a flagship of our healthcare system. A few countries have adopted this monitoring tool, and I'm saying that with a touch of pride. And Italy is the only country to have made the entry of data mandatory, which allows us to have a complete and consistent picture Data collection is in real time, and this feature enables us to receive constant updates. In recent years, we have come to understand the importance of this register as a guarantee of the safety of the care provided to patients, but also as a tool for monitoring the effectiveness and efficiency of these devices, as well as a support for a better, modern and innovative healthcare planning based on scientific evidence. The data in the report presented here today, as you may have already seen, related to the period between the 1st of August 2023 and 31st December 2025, and show a total of 68,000 surgical procedures, of which 55% were performed for reconstructive purposes and 44% for aesthetic purposes. I would like to focus in particular on some of these figures, which demonstrate the efficiency of our healthcare system, but also its ability to ensure equitable access to treatment. The 2025 report highlights that in the field of reconstruction, in cases of breast cancer, in 92% of cases, the implant was inserted immediately following a conservative mastectomy, a figure that reflects the effectiveness of breast cancer screening, thanks to which timely diagnoses are on the rise, and consequently the use of conservative radical procedures and single-stage breast reconstruction for patients who do not have to undergo a second-stage procedure. This equates to a better quality of life and a greater psychological well-being. In summary, I would say that this is a figure that demonstrates the efficiency of our national healthcare system, but also a high level of care for patients. The report reveals, however, that the rate of passive mobility remains too high in some southern regions, with percentages reaching as high as 85% of procedures carried out outside the region, figures that we cannot ignore, and which indicate the existence of areas where action is needed to ensure equitable access to care. This valuable wealth of information provided by the register demonstrates that our national health system is ready to embrace monitoring tools extended to also other implantable medical devices. With this in mind, we have tabled a bill establishing a single national register of implantable medical devices, which has already been referred to the Senate. This measure places our national health care system at the forefront and will enable us to track the highest risk, high consumption devices that drain the most financial resources, such as implantable devices, which account for 22% of total expenditure on medical devices. 2024, approximately 7 billion. Thanks to the single register, it will be possible to obtain reliable estimates of the population implanted with specific devices, and thus to gain a clearer understanding of the incidence and prevalence of clinical conditions, to better guide scientific research in the clinical and biomedical fields, and to promote more careful healthcare planning focused on the outcomes of care. It is clear that the implementation, maintenance and management of registries require significant and concerted effort from all stakeholders involved in the governance of the national healthcare system. In this context, international collaboration, the sharing of best practices and the standardization of registration systems are essential elements for addressing future challenges. In recent years, we have demonstrated our ability to succeed in the most innovative endeavors and our readiness to foster a culture of responsible innovation for everybody. Thank you all, and I wish you a fruitful day. And now the coffee break. In this second session, regions will express their positions and will tell us about their experiences. And Mr. Aurigema, President of the Regional Council of the Lazio region, will express his point of view. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank you for this invitation, because often politics make choices without listening to the experts. And today, we have gathered the entire network from scientific societies to manufacturers, pharmaceutical companies, also Carabinieri, in particular the NAS group. So it is useful to have this framework in order to make decisions or to promote laws that can then obtain the desired effect on the territory for those who promote these laws and for those who should take advantage of them. After the intervention by Ms. Carrotta, the State Accountant General, we heard that there are three things to consider: the treatment we have to give to the patients, the balance we need in a sensitive domain like healthcare, and also the need to have a harmonized standard of care in Italy. Because then, when we have to move from theory to practice, regions play an important role because they manage services locally. And the guarantee of care is guaranteed by our Constitutional Court, also in the recent decision of December 2024, where the court, in a litigation between regions, said that there are healthcare expenses that are constitutionally necessary. Also to confirm what Ms. Perotta said, that the healthcare system has to be considered in terms of expenses, but also in terms of healthcare services to be provided. And even if there must be some faults, our healthcare system is an universal one, and it has to be protected. And in other countries, sometimes you can only be treated only if you can pay, but here it is different. Another aspect of the economic balance is that too often we spend too much, or we may have a lack of vision. And so, when trying to save, sometimes we don't treat patients correctly, but in the end there is an increase in costs because we have to treat the patient several times. So I believe that the data that Ms. Campanale presented was very interesting, and it would have been very useful also to see a graph on the reimbursement of expenses in the different regions, because this mobility is sometimes due also to this reimbursement. For example, in the case of the Lazio region, this region received 2,000 euros more per patient compared to the past. Or there are even regions that can perform reconstructive surgeries into different surgeries, and that is not the optimal solution. And I would like to thank the Minister because after a meeting we had with the chairman of the other regional councils, we adjusted these reimbursements and the reimbursement levels for the regions, and this is very important. The recent guidelines published in September after the meeting in Barcelona basically show that we need also to consider those aspects. And the reimbursements are very much varied in the different regions. And if you live in a region that is not one of the lucky ones, unfortunately, you are obliged to this passive mobility. So this registry provides not just the statistical data, it is a registry that gives us the possibility to compare the quality of care, the quality of the implants, the possibility to modify the situation, especially in a moment where we have important challenges like the challenge of technological innovation, which goes on at a pace which is quite high, and institutions have to provide answers as quickly as that. It is like with smartphones. Every 6 months you have a new smartphone, and even in the healthcare sector, evolution is very rapid, and sometimes we are not in a position to obtain devices in 6 months, but if we are not quick enough, we risk approving things that are outdated after 6 months. So meetings like this are essential in order to be able to have a general framework. Otherwise, we risk focusing on individual sectors like the pharmaceutical sector to see how to save money. And we may think that we save 20, 30 million euros. And then when we work with the hospital sector, we may realize that we had actually those savings, but then the other expenditures went up because we had to treat those patients differently. So if we don't have a general framework, we don't have the possibility to plan in a sector where we have long-term objectives, and we need a vision so that we can know exactly what to do. And since you are good at prevention, we are reducing the age of patients. And I believe that the path we are following is the right one. We are on the right track. Now what we have to do is just to implement these measures effectively on the territory, also considering the differences between the different areas in Italy, because also within the same region there may be different situations. And so we needed to be able also to monitor the activities, to monitor the care provided to the patient. This is fundamental because we, as a country, we are not particularly known for the quantity of production, but I believe that the creativity, our genius and our training is at the same level as the other countries. Thank you. Let me say one very quick thing because we are late. The chairman talked about innovation. One of the great battles we are fighting in Europe is on the back to innovation, so on the real innovation and not about the upgrading of devices. Innovation is something new. And the other thing I wanted to say is that when you spoke about the different devices and the differences, well, we are, together with Ms. Benvenuto, we are about to launch the Observatory of Medical Devices, something that we started working on 2014, and it will be operational very soon. All the preparatory activities have been completed. So this message about innovation is a message that we are really taking seriously as a ministry. I apologize, but unfortunately I have to go. Well, you've been really generous. Well, actually, it was a pleasure to receive such an invitation. These meetings are really fundamental. Please allow me just to say one last thing. Because we received a certification for the specific breast unit of the San Giovanni Hospital. So please allow me to stress that, because, I mean, they are always there to care for patients. They are on the front line. So they have received this important certification, and it has to be acknowledged. Thank you.
Grazie di tutto. Bene, ora passiamo al...
Now, Dr. Baglio, Director of the Operational Unit at Agenes. And we are working proactively with them on medical devices.
Grazie. Ringrazio molto gli organizzatori.
I thank the organizers for this invitation, in particular Ms. Campanale and Ms. Guasticchi. I would like to make a general remark that is related to what was already underlined by the previous speakers, which is that in a data-driven healthcare sector, what matters is real-world data. So data resulting from registries, from observational studies, from investigations, especially investigations on the point of view of patients. So all that data that is not in opposition to data resulting from clinical studies, but in any case, data that contribute to know what happens every day in the clinical practice. Data is essential for governance because data is essential for planning. No data, no policies, as the Anglo-Saxon say. And I would say that it is even impossible to have measurable objectives. Data is essential also for evaluating what works in terms of effectiveness and safety and what does not work. And this is even more important if we consider these technological innovations. So data is important to measure clinical efficacy. And finally, data is essential for providing feedback to professionals, because sometimes professionals struggle to register deviations from standard practices, and through that we encourage the culture of self-assessment. We can't assess those who cannot self-assess themselves. And if this is the perspective, and I think that we all agree, what is the status in Italy? Let me start from The program I represent here, this program is the result of a great challenge. A challenge which includes evidence and data and their use in order to evaluate healthcare. And this program has become a real tool, a governance tool for the governance of the National Healthcare Service, because it supports the system at different levels. At the national level, as you know, it contributes to the new guarantee system. At the regional level, it is becoming a reference point for setting the objectives of the Directors General of Healthcare Authorities, and at the local level by providing essential information for clinical governance and the development of management dashboards within the audit and framework. What can we say in relation to the program of medical device governance? Well, we can say that there are some criticalities. First of all, because we cannot detect innovative technologies due to the absence of codes and specific information. So the ministry is now promoting the use of new codes. So in part, these problems will be solved. But in any case, we cannot collect specific information on medical devices. And then, as regards the program, we also have to say that we cannot identify and describe in-hospital organizational models associated with the appropriate use of health technologies and medical devices. And so, for example, we do not have specific information about the breast units. And then, since we have a hospital-centric vision, we can only have an indirect evaluation of out-of-hospital settings and integrated care pathways. And these are sectors where we have telemedicine and a lot of innovation. So what can we say about data on medical devices? We have national databases that are consolidated databases, but they were created in different moments in time and for different objectives. And it is not always easy to integrate those databases. They are focused on devices rather than patients, and therefore it is difficult to use them for epidemiological purposes. I'm referring in particular to the Registry of Medical Devices that is mostly used for procurement of medical devices, and the data flow for consumption monitoring, which is used for movement and distribution of medical devices to healthcare facilities, and finally to the medical device surveillance. This data could be used for epidemiological purposes, but we often struggle to report incidents with full details. And so the perspective is the use of register. This was already underlined, and it is only through the integration of technical and clinical information that we can better describe the interactions between the medical devices and patients, ensuring full traceability and surveillance of the devices as part of a more comprehensive assessment on the patient's health status and survival. I would like to talk about two examples of how data integration would represent a significant step forward in understanding processes and being able to steer practices towards higher standards of care. The first case is a case about aortic valves. This is quite a borderline case because we see that the absence of registered is not compensated by the capacity to document what is happening now in Italy. And what we observe is a significant increase of these surgeries to implant aortic valves in particular, as Professor Orlando said before when talking about high impact devices. So we went from 18,000 surgeries to 20,000 surgeries in 2024, so an increase by 50% in 10 years. And considering this important level of care, SDOs are unable to distinguish between the different types of procedures. Traditionally, aortic valve replacement require an open heart surgery, but over time also another surgery has been used, which is called SAVR, and this is also possible together with this transcatheter implantation, TAVI, for specific categories of patients. However, literature talks about real-world data on the appropriate treatment strategy to be used in routine practice. And there is a lively debate today on the redefinition of clinical indications. Professor Guasticchi mentioned the age and specific clinical situations. So for this, the availability of real-world data would be quite important. At the moment, we cannot document this kind of procedures because the ministerial guidelines of 2016 on the SDO coding are not applied in a uniform way on the national territory. And these guidelines suggest a combination of codes, but they are not applied in a uniform way. So today, we document an increase of TAVI procedures from 5% of surgeries to 45%. But we are not sure that this is a real representation, meaning that we cannot quantify the impact that coding errors have on this kind of representation. And the answer of scientific society said that we should create data sets, clinical data sets. And these attempts are useful, but they have limits because often these are data sets on a voluntary basis, so the coverage is not optimal. There is a matter of costs and sustainability in the long run, and then the problem of the confidentiality. And then the registries. Professor Guasticchi talked about the unique register, which is the only possible response. The second case was already presented.
Per sottolineare ancora una volta l'importanza di
We talked about the importance of integrating data in the registers with other sources of information and the SDOs. which would allow us to make evaluations also for the patients that do not receive an implant. And then there is the mapping of the breast units, which would be useful to know more about the organizational models. Let me conclude by saying that today we have said that data is fundamental for governance. Now the time has come to develop a governance of data. So the capacity to develop a system to integrate all that data so that data can be turned into knowledge and knowledge into decision-making capacity. The collaboration between the Ministry of Health and AGNES aims to do exactly that, to consolidate existing registers and implement new ones. And of course, the final goal, the final objective is to enhance the capacity of the system to increase healthcare, especially using technological innovation.
Del paziente. Grazie.
Thank you.
Grazie Giovanni, come al
Thank you, Giovanni. Very precise and detailed in your explanations, as you always are. Let us now move forward with our round table. The first one to take the floor is Ms. Simona Loizzo, who should be connected remotely from the Interparliamentary Group on New Therapeutical Frontier on Technological Innovation and Prevention. Good morning, Simona. Can you listen to us? Can you see us? Good morning. I can hear you perfectly. First of all, let me thank you for organizing this event. A special thank you to Ms. Antonella Campanale. As the president of the Intergroup on Breast Cancer, we made huge step forwards over the last 3 years and a half. And Antonella was one of the first people I had the chance of meeting through the Director General of that time, Mr. Achille Iachino. And she came up with this extraordinary idea of establishing the National Registry of Breast Implants. And well, this is an idea that immediately astonished me for all the reasons that have been explained this morning. We've been asking for an amendment for quite some time now. What we require is to have one only procedure in the case of mastectomy and prosthesis implant, which is not always the case in all the regions of Italy. So the possibility of analyzing the indicators of functioning, not only from a quantitative viewpoint, but also from a qualitative viewpoint, is very important to me. Because all those data are contained in the National Registry of Breast Implants, we need data to operate. We need data on breast, because they are essential to understand what works in specific regions and what doesn't work in other regions. And data are also essential to understand what happens to breast implants after the implant placement. because situation may vary significantly according to the region. This is why I wanted to thank publicly all those who participated in establishment of the National Registry, not only the Ministry of Health. As was already said, this is a unique example, a true flagship for Italy. We've created a sort of container, data container, of the highest quality. This is why I say this is a true flagship for Italy. I really hope we can move on that way, because nowadays breast implants have to be performed as fast as possible, because through the prosthesis you can help the person receiving the implant to recover a proper physical appearance. And nipple implant placement, we're also working so that nipple implant placement can become a reality. There are many innovative techniques in this regard, so I really wanted to congratulate with all of you for the huge work performed. Unfortunately, I cannot stay with you until the end of the meeting, but I hope I can receive a draft of the meeting, of the conference, so to stay updated. And I really would like to go on acting as a facilitator for the promotion and establishment of this National Unified Registry. Thank you, Simona. And thank you for the help provided with regard to the National Registry. Okay, let us now start our roundtable, and I call here on stage Ms. Velia Bruno. I always misspell your name, I'm really sorry for this. Ms. Guido Beccagutti, Cornel Marusca Strappatelli, Ms. Patrizia Falcone, and Mr. Ugo Trama.
Lì ce n'è una.
No, ma ci siamo. Sì, ma ci siamo.
Ce la facciamo, ce la... Allora, dottoressa Bruno.
I would start with Ms. Velia Bruno. Through law of the 20th of December 2024, the breast unit register was established. And if I'm not wrong, Ms. Simona Loizzo strongly supported the passing of the law. What is the current situation? Where are we now? We need to make a census of the existing laws, and we also need to understand what is the organizational structure within which you operate. Thank you, Antonella. Thank you to all of you. I would like to thank Professor Mennini, Ms. Campanale for the invitation. As Ms. Campanale said, we had the honor of receiving and of establishing the National Registry of Breast Implants, and the National Registry was entrusted to the National Center of Clinical Governance for Care, which is the center I'm the head of since June 2023. We immediately understood, when working at the establishment of the registry, that there were not databases available that were clear about and that spoke the truth about the nomenclature of Italian centers and Italian facilities where breast implants are placed. Therefore, the first activity we performed was to, together with the regions, was to map all existing Italian breast units. Secondly, again in open dialogue with regions, we are currently working on a survey whose aim is to understand the organizational features of each breast unit. We are working hand in hand with the Directorate General of Medical Devices and Drugs, and the aim is to understand how each Italian breast unit got organized to better meet the healthcare needs of our citizens, starting from the literature available, where organizational aspects of healthcare were compared to higher quality of outcomes. Our final goal is to analyze organizational models of breast units and therefore detect existing organizational best practices, guaranteeing good results in terms of healthcare efficiency and procedure efficiency too. This is something we are trying to do by also joining a second line of activity. That is to say, the development of clinical and organizational good practices, which are also mentioned by Gelli Bianco Law, which is a sort of core activity for our center. We try to gather the three dimensions: the patient, the pathology, and the healthcare setting. So analyzing the three pillars, so to develop, hopefully, clinical and organizational good practices, starting from organizational excellences that we hope we can intercept through the survey we're currently carrying out, and then create virtuous reference model to be replicated all over Italy. Thank you very much. This is a very valuable work. Make a census of the existing best practices, understanding the volumes and analyzing all available data and the outcomes, so following a patient from the first procedure to a possible revision surgery and so on and so forth, is extremely important. There are indicators that must be reviewed. This is what we truly believe, and our work will be useful also in this regard. It is not only important to consider the volume of procedures performed, we also must look at the outcomes for the good of the patient. So thank you very much for your support in the past and in the months ahead. Thank you to you for your endorsement in the activities we perform. We truly appreciate that. Let us now leave the floor to Mr. Guido Beccagutti, Director General of Italian Medical Device Industry Association, an important stakeholder for the system we're trying to set up. We believe that the National Registry of Breast Implants and the future National Unified Registry that we will establish provide important data also to companies for post-market analysis and assessments, besides providing and being a traceability tool that can also be used by the industry itself. There's something we have not still mentioned. This week, all manufacturers of breast implants will receive their specific report on the activity performed with their implants. So they will have the possibility to see why their implants have been placed, if there have been cases of removal, and the reasons for the possible removals. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to Ms. Campanale, Guasticchi, to Professor Menini, and thank you also on behalf of all manufacturer companies that have participated in the positive and successful outcome of our work. I'm pretty satisfied of the results achieved, and I want to stress this. We tend to focus on problems, but in this case, we are living quite an unprecedented situation. We've answered the requests of the industry, and we've done so perfectly. This is why I wanted to also stress this, so to recognize the huge work performed over the last years. Why do I want to underline this aspect? Because the previous speakers have underlined that today we're not only limiting ourselves to analyze the good results achieved through one only governance instrument. What we are doing is to present a practice that can be replicated from. We are working on a tool that we truly want to implement. We are living in an unprecedented situation. We share many concerns as the citizens, as system stakeholders, but there are also many opportunities in front of us. The medical device industry has many opportunities now. It contributes a lot to the healthcare of the patients, and it supposes huge economic resources. Why is this industry important? Because altogether we have the possibility to underline what the most important elements of the registry are. There are some aspects under review that are important with reference to pre-market and post-market phase. With regard to the pre-market phase, we are reviewing the regulations currently in force, and the Ministry is doing a huge work together with the Commission in this regard, both within the Parliament and within the European Council, and there are many elements in this regard. Mention was made of the possibility of evaluating disruptive technologies, so to provide the right information to those dealing with the access within the country of new technologies. There is a systemic work which has been done that served as a strong support to our thesis. Italy is always regarded as a weak actor, a weak stakeholder, but when we talk about content, we are perfectly capable of conveying meaning and content and knowledge. So from the one side, there's this revision of regulations and the possibility of having an easier and streamlined system for the industries. And we had many problems with regard to the certification process. So our market was not that attractive in the past, but we're now improving. And there's also another concern which has to do with the post-market phase. What happens in our country? We have limited resources. We are perfectly aware of this. The healthcare system still accounts for 80% of the overall amount as purchaser for the industry. We must be able to suggest to our legislator the possible pillars or tools to help pave the way. And what is the right way to be paved? Finding a way to guarantee care to patients and guaranteeing high quality. This is a balance we must strike, and which has to be based on good planning. Up until today, medical devices were considered under ex post, with an ex post perspective, so to say. Let us recall the payback. On the opposite, the possibility of relying on a national unified registry gives us the possibility to understand where are we spending and how are we are spending our money. And investing on innovation and creating control mechanisms that are based on real-world evidence. So the mechanisms to be implemented are a fundamental asset if we really want to promote innovation. So this is the right moment, I believe, to try to join all together the different pillars that are evolving, the flaws, or for example, the work made by the National Agency for Regional Health Service. We can agree or disagree with what the agency has done, but however, an evaluation and assessment process and a guidance process took place, and this is what we should focus on, because these are all leverages to govern our resources. And this world of medical devices will lack a single act, but however, we have the possibility to address to our legislators, so to create an alternative governance model to better manage expenditure and to focus on results and outcomes. We tend to talk of a healthcare system based on value. What does that mean? This means understanding the benefits and that a healthcare system can produce and what a healthcare system can purchase. So to transit from the purchase of goods to the purchase of value. This is why tools like these are extremely important.
No, tra l'altro bisogna dire, perché poi...
We must also say something else. Data transmission to the industry, to those systems, has a cost for the industry. And our experience was exceptional, I must say that, because all distributors and manufacturers of breast implants in Italy participated in this information sharing, and they transmitted a huge amount of data to our platforms. Their contribution has been essential. So from our part, from our side, we will take into account your needs, trying to streamline also data collecting procedures. But however, we are all focusing on patients. So I truly believe we will achieve huge results and great results.
So let me introduce Colonel Rappatelli, and it is an honor to have him here, to have her here. I'm really happy also to have Colonel De Paola, because our collaboration has been ongoing for many years, because of course we need also your help, and specifically talking about breast implants and the registry. We are creating organizational models that are meant to control and monitor that all the requirements are met, and this for the sake of patients and so for the protection of public health. Good morning. I would like to thank the authorities and in particular the Ministry of Health and Gemato for inviting us to this meeting about an important topic of public health. So it is an honor for us, but let me also thank my commander, because he allowed me to speak as a law enforcement agent, but also as a pharmacist. We recognize the importance of this regulatory activity carried out by the Ministry of Health, because this, of course, allows us to take a step forward on the regulation on medical devices, and we can also step up our activities for public health. And let me say also that we can play an important role also at the European level, and we have to be proud of what we do, also because we have seen that a great effort has been done to involve so many professionals and experts in order to reach a common goal, which is the protection of public health. That is why we take part in this meeting, and it is a pleasure to do it because we share the same objective. Our unit was created in 1962, and we have specific departments competent for food, hygiene, and public health. So we take care about everything that has to do with public health, so medicines, surveillance, performance of medical surgeries, and also medical devices. There is such a wide array of devices, medical devices that are used, that of course an active surveillance is required. Also think about the fact that with the advancement of technology, we have more and more performing and invasive devices like implantable devices. So surveillance cannot be limited to formal aspects like the label or the check of the boxes or lab tests to evaluate stability. When we talk about implantable devices, in order to protect public health, we also have to consider surgeries and the correctness of procedures, authorizations of those who perform the surgery, and also of those who take care of the follow-up, because perhaps it is in that moment that there may be signals showing that somebody did not work as expected. So the registry that has already been implemented for breast implants, involving all the stakeholders in the supply chain, allowed us to identify specific signs that may seem like small deviations, but actually it allowed us to identify specific anomalies. And we carried out in-depth investigations on the territory, first just to check the data, and then to carry out repressive activities when crimes were identified. So we started from the data in the registry, and this shows that this data is useful for the industry, for the ministry, for clinicians, but also to us in order to achieve the same objective. So it is incredible because the parties using this registry are more and more. And as you can easily understand, we don't just focus on specific breast implants, but of course in the case of breast implants for aesthetic purposes, there may be more often irregularities, and what we found out was especially problems with the certifications. And we are talking especially about patients underage. So irregularities were mainly detected in the case of underage patients, and underage patients sometimes had access to breast implants thanks to a physician that declared that there was also a need to reconstruct the breast for healthcare reasons, but this was an administrative problem. But in other cases, there were totally fake hospital certificates. And so underage patients underwent surgeries that were totally illegal. And so the professionals, as well as the parents of these patients, were reported. And the other aspect that I would like to stress in these circumstances was also the possibility to apply a sanction of 150,000 euros to the surgeon for filling out the registry irregularly. So you see that the registry, together with the regulation, their use is important because, of course, it means that we can be more effective. Also because you understand that the sanctions are quite high, and this is, of course, a deterrent in addition to criminal consequences. What we would like to say is that we collaborate with the regions, with the local healthcare units, and of all the facilities that are meant to play a role in the surveillance of medical devices. So this testifies that the protection of public health is something that has to be promoted by everybody. And of course, we are not alone. We all work together, and as the speaker will speak after me, will say, our unit at the NIS performed very effective actions because, of course, there were the necessary regulatory tools, but also the collaboration with these other parties. So in light of the positive experience that I have just summarized in this couple of circumstances, it is clear that the proposal to extend the characteristics of the National Breast Implant Register, also the registers of other medical devices, is very useful. Let's talk about cardiac implants and others, because these pathologies are quite widespread among the population. So this will allow us to supervise also other devices related to other pathologies. It is clear that our intervention is not meant to be aggressive. Everything starts with the surveillance, with the preventive activity in the sectors of our competence, but with the support of the regions that perform an administrative activity, we manage to do something more when necessary in order to identify more critical situations. So our collaboration with the ministry is always proactive, and it is meant to work together, starting from the registry, and also to exchange experience on the territory, so that the unique registry that will be created will also benefit from our activities on the territory. And let me also add that when necessary, and Ms. Papanali knows that, when necessary, we can also collaborate with law enforcement agencies from other countries, because we participate in international tables and international police operations. And so we can also provide this kind of support and collaborate with foreign law enforcement agencies and authorities when needed. So we remain at your disposal, and I think I can conclude by thanking you all, and I hope that this meeting with all these different professionals can be the beginning or the continuation of a mutual collaboration that will lead to tangible results. Thank you all.
Grazie.
Thank you, Maruska. Yes, it is a beginning, but we are also organizing a series of training activities in order to harmonize also the activities of the NAS group throughout Italy, so that in all the Italian regions we have the same controls, and we know exactly what has to be verified, because we have to be rigorous. And since we are speaking about public health, there is a law, and perhaps as a country, sometimes we are not so much used to comply, but this is not the case. The system we have created is really strict, and all the actors have a role to play. So thank you so much for your collaboration. And let me now introduce two regions. And I would like also to thank our national network for pharmacovigilance and all the colleagues that are following us remotely, because we have created a system of good practices. Citizens are not aware, patients are not aware, but every day we are in contact to manage and solve problems concerning medical devices, and we provide assistance in the regions where there are problems related to medical devices. We would have liked to invite all regions, but it was not possible today. So we invited the 2 regions that at the moment are launching high-level organizational paths. And we have Professor Falcone, who can manage data for the Emilia-Romagna region, and she is in charge of welfare in the Emilia-Romagna region. Thank you, Antonella, for inviting me. And I would like to thank you also on behalf of my manager, Dr. San Giorgi. Let me tell you about the experience in the Emilia-Romagna region. The Registry of Breast Implants was created in 2023 when we adopted the ministerial platform through an ad hoc act, and we created a regional registry for breast implants. We also made an assessment on the privacy related aspects and a second evaluation when other activities were added up. As Professor Campanale said, I am the person in charge of data management, so I can see the data as a person authorized by the ministry. Then together with me, Dr. Melania Patuelli and Margherita Selli are also authorized. We are 3 pharmacists, and we can see the data, the regional data. What happens is that in 2024 was the year when we launched the registry, and in 2025 we created a sort of governance of the regional registry, also listening to what was said in meetings like this. And in particular, we collaborated with the Veneto region, and we decided to do 2 things. We decided to create indicators, especially for public facilities, public hospitals, so indicators of activities. And then we decided to strengthen surveillance for breast implants through a collaboration with the NAS unit of the Carabinieri. We are just at the beginning, and we are working on a targeted territory because we have noticed some inconsistencies in the regional breast implant registry, and we are collaborating with the Carabinieri. With them, we are working on 3 things. First of all, on the exchange of data, what the authorized agent sees, what the Carabinieri needs, and the exchange of data can be made in both directions. And we also support the NAS units during the investigations in case they need integration to data, or the NAS unit can also ask specific data and we can provide it. Then there are also cases when the NAS unit can carry out investigations independently, and there is also the possibility for the local healthcare unit to apply sanctions, but of course the local healthcare unit has to coordinate with the NAS unit in compliance with the investigations carried out by the NAS unit. And of course, everything is done in order to guarantee the patient's health in any case. Another thing that we do is the creation of an indicator that considers the number of surgeries in the registry and a denominator that we calculate based on specific other indicators. So this analysis allows us to understand what happens in specific regional public facilities, and we can see more details. It is still a work in progress. This year, things are a little bit more defined, and we have also indicated a target percentage that should be 100%. And basically, the governance is now carried out according to this procedure in our region. We also meet the medical directors of the different hospitals and the local surveillance managers. It is a challenging project, but we want to stress that the dialogue is important. The registry is not just something mandatory. It is an opportunity to improve and to make our activities more effective. So, as a region, we intend to enhance this tool through our collaboration with Carabinieri, exploiting the possibility to strengthen our surveillance, and also through indicators that can show all the activities related to the registry.
Dottor Ugo Trama, un caro amico.
Mr. Ugo Trama, a dear friend, Director General of the Healthcare Department. I can't remember exactly the name. I think it is Director General for Health Production and Coordination of the Regional Health System for the Campania region, one of the most collaborative regions in the present and hopefully also in the future. Thank you for your invitation and for giving me the possibility of experiencing such a wonderful day. I would like to thank you on behalf of my department. I would also like to take the chance to thank the NAS with which we cooperate on a daily basis in the Campania region. And the tool that was explained before proved also useful to carry out joint analysis on, for example, waiting lists, but not only. Such evaluations being very useful if we want to assess the appropriateness of the services provided. A system is good if we can be efficient, effective, if we can meet the real needs of the patients. A medical device can offer us a long-term vision. This is why we need to make a paradigm shift in this regard, because we're accustomed to reason and think in the middle and short term. I would also like to convey the greetings of my Directorate General, and I would like to thank my team that cooperated to the establishment of the National Registry of Breast Implants in the Campania region. And they filled all existing administrative gaps in terms of assessment, control, monitoring, and also in terms of informal procedures that were performed, which is something that negatively affects not only the healthcare system, but more specifically the patients. So the National Registry was also very useful to carry out monitoring activities that proved to be extremely useful. My team immediately understood how important the registry could be. And this is something I really want to stress, what we have done in Italy and what we will be able to do in the future will truly be sustainable at a national level. I'm pretty sure the law will pass and the regions will act jointly with the Ministry of Health in true and transparent cooperation. As the law says, we should not necessarily look at something which we are given from below or from above. We can also foster the birth and establishment of a shared system, and this is exactly what we are doing today. I do also think of other experiences I've made. I think of the screening made, massive screening performed in some areas of the Campania region, like the so-called Terra dei Fuochi, from which important data emerged, worrisome data, because of the fact that we were analyzing different subjects and different people in the very same territories. And this is precisely what the registry will help us doing, and it is actually helping us doing. There are some territories which are still not fully using the registry, and this is why some criticalities are still not emerging, even though they perfectly exist. So if Campania region is colored in dark blue, well, I'm quite pleased of this, because this is due to the fact that we are fully implementing the registry. We do have many private facilities in the Campania region, many accredited facilities also, and many procedures or surgical procedures are carried out precisely there. The registry is useful to better analyze what happens there, to have a wider overall vision of what is happening and what is done. So monitoring more can be of great help if we really want to detect specific concerns. And for us, the people working in the healthcare sector, it is important to have these criticalities emerge, because this is the only way to solve them. So thank you very much for your work, and thank you to all of our colleagues that have immediately seized this opportunity and understood how important it would have been to expand the use of the registry. Let us now move forward with the next session, with the next roundtable. Thank you to all participants of this roundtable that has just concluded. We should change the names on the table, but however, I call here on stage Mr. Lucio Fortunato, Paolo Vittorini, Professor Franco Bassetto will be connected remotely. Here he is. Ms. Annalisa Mandorino, Rosanna D'Antona, and Alba Di Leone. Ms. Mandorino is not here with us. She will be replaced by Alessandra Aena from Europa Donna. Good morning. Thank you to all of you for being here. I'll leave the floor to Lucio Fortunato from ANISC. First of all, congratulations also on behalf of the president of the ANISC, the Association of Breast Surgeons, the only professional association of breast surgeons. So let me congratulate on you for your work. There are so many speakers gathered here that offered very interesting insights on the matter. Furthermore, you've proved something incredible. If somebody would have told me 10 years ago about the possibility to establish such registry gathering 40, 50,000 cases in only 2 years, well, I wouldn't believe the person, but this is precisely what you managed to do. So congratulations for what you've achieved. I perfectly know that we're running out of time, therefore I'll be very brief. Just wanted to say something. You made it, but let us make a huge step forward. The National Registry of Breast Implants, 5 billion euros, Carabinieri, and NAS, institutions, all of these is extremely important. But there's also another aspect we should take into account. We would like to understand in a systematic manner the quality indicators of breast units and the National Cancer Database in Italy. As you know, this is something that intercepts almost 70% of cancers in the United States and produces a huge amount of data. This is why if I want to know what was the trend of mastectomies over the last 10 years and the survival rate, I can take data on over 1 million patients that underwent a surgical procedure over the last 10 years. So the question is, in the light of your experience, in the light of what you've done, through the help of the National Healthcare Institute, through the help of the Italian Ministry of Health, through the help of other stakeholders and the breast units, can we achieve even greater results? Because what you've done is exceptional in nature. We collect data from the ministry, from the agendas, from Seno Network, from scientific associations, and then we can establish a similar method to create a national cancer database to know what our indicators, what our figures, what our follow-ups are, and to understand what we truly do. This might be an idea. That's a suggestion. There's a second suggestion I would like to share with you. Involving scientific societies. Involving scientific societies. And I repeat it, involving scientific societies. This is all the more important. I'm pretty sure you've already tried to do that, but you should improve in this regard. This should be at least a partnership. There is not an entity controlling another one, which is controlled. We do have one only aim, that is the good of people, the good of women. The breast unit network is something that cannot be replicated in other fields of medicines. The breast unit network is very difficult to be replicated in other parts of the world. So you have an unprecedented resources in your hands, and you must stress its value and importance. Thank you. Paolo Vittorini, President of the Italian Association of Plastic and Aesthetic Surgery, with which we've been cooperating for many years now. Thank you. Thank you to the Ministry of Health, to the Director General of Implantable Medical Devices, Professor Guasticchi, Ms. Campanaro. Just a few words on my association. It is the Italian Association of Plastic and Aesthetic Surgery, the AICPE, representing plastic surgeons in Italy. It is the first scientific association in number of enrollments and members and activities at a European level. Therefore, it is a true honor for our scientific association the fact that Italy and the Ministry of Health has established the first ever existing National Registry of Breast Implants in the world, not only in Europe. We should be proud of this. As for the registry itself, it is a tool that we are pretty accustomed to use. I was among the first one to use it. I participated in the trial procedure. So the data introduced in the registry on patients and procedures performed and implants used are then translated into useful evidence for clinical practice. Therefore, the registry is a huge opportunity for our discipline and for the whole healthcare system. It is a tool that we must be able to read, not right now, but at least over the next 5-20 years, because it is in 10-20 years that we're going to understand how valuable the register is. Through the register, you can understand how an implant can last, possible criticalities, how different prostheses act and react, the surface of the prosthesis, the way in which it interacts with the person in which it is implanted. All these characteristics are very useful also in terms of legal consequences. In the period ranging from August 2023 to August 2025, we collected data indicating how robust the project is. Approximately 68,000 interventions were performed, procedures were performed, and figures in general are very high, testifying to a wide and concrete participation in data collection. For us working in plastic surgery, it is very interesting the difference between reconstructive and aesthetic surgery. We have seen the figures before, and breast implants are an integral part of the recovery of the quality of life of our patients. 44.3% of surgery procedures had aesthetic purpose. So breast plastic surgery is double-phased. From the one side, we have reconstructive purposes. From the other side, we have aesthetic purposes, all of which have a great psychological impact for our patients. From a aesthetic viewpoint, very important are second interventions, because in this way you can understand why patients go back to undergo a further surgical procedures. In most of cases, this has not to do with the implant itself. We've already seen the figures indicated by Ms. Campanale. We are performing surgical procedures with patients that have been implanted at least 10 or 15 years ago. Last generation prostheses will give us results that cannot still be assessed. We will be able to evaluate them in 5-10 years. We need to also understand and analyze how the body of the women may change, but bodies are not stable in time. It undergoes changes, so the quality standards are not even if there's a change in weight of the women. There are many consequences also affecting the possibility of undergoing subsequent surgical procedures. Many problems also affect the capsule. We will see the impact of new generation prosthesis in case of capsule contraction. and we will see the mean life cycle of a breast implant. These are all reasons why the registry will be extremely useful. There is also another thing I would like to focus on. The registry only works if it is simple, immediate, and truly integrated in daily clinical activities of doctors. And from my experience, I can tell you that if you fill in data immediately after the surgical procedure, well, this takes only 4 minutes. In the absence of possible technical concerns and problems, but that's the truth. So it only takes 4 minutes. If we postpone data collection, the things become less precise and more incomplete. This is why I would like to submit some constructive proposals suggested by some of the members of my association, so to improve the participation of my association to this project, enriching a shared experience. First of all, possible delays. We all agree that there should be a system of penalties in place. There should be an automatic system of certification of the portal. And third, limiting sanctions and penalties only to cases of reiterated delay in the registration of data. The aim of the proposal is to have people understanding and conceiving the registry not as a burden, but as a shared tool, ensuring quality and security, because the more efficient the system is, the more complete data collected will be. And healthcare registry only works if it gathers trust between institutions and professionals and transparency of data collected. Thank you.
Thank you for touching one of those critical aspects. I've been dealing with informative systems for years, and the fact that it is not an administrative act, and we cannot say that a physician is not just somebody who performs administrative tasks. So that's true, because this information is also useful to you for the patient. So thank you for this contribution. And it is fundamental for us to collaborate with the different societies, and you have always been there. And you will always be there even in the next steps. We already have a table with you, but also with all the other scientific societies of different sectors, so they will help us create the new platform, because we recognize the importance of working together. So thank you for speaking about the usability of the register, because I have to say that it is an extremely complex platform, and it has to be safe in terms of accesses, in terms of controls also on the medical facilities, and so also the controls with the AFNOM CEO. So a series of controls that have to be performed. In the initial phase we had some problems, but it is reassuring to know that things are quick. We created the system thinking about the usability too. Now we have Professor Bassetto, President of the Italian Reconstructive Anesthetic Surgery Society. I am in Malaga at the moment for a lecture on orthoplastic unit. So a collaboration between plastic surgeons and orthopedic surgeons. Thank you, Antonella, for the invitation. Antonella was defined somebody playing a key role in this project, and of course she studied in one of the historical plastic surgery schools, so she brings her competencies. I would like to thank also Dr. Guastiki. We said today that we see these problems every day, and since as head of the plastic surgery unit of the University of Padua, I have participated and I am aware of the difficulties that we are now trying to solve. As a SICPRE, what we can say is that we are a historical society, 1,600 plastic surgeons, reconstructive plastic surgeons, anesthetic plastic surgeons, and this is a very peculiar moment. Plastic surgery is having a boom in its three components, and we see that words now are being revised because of the needs related to reconstructive surgery and also for aesthetic plastic surgery. The registry, in my opinion, is already a flagship of this cultural movement that is now promoting a collaboration on several things, because the registry includes a richness of data, and Italian plastic surgery is well known internationally, and we as Italian plastic surgeons, we are invited everywhere. That's why I'm not there with you today. So I am convinced that it will bring us to be the first in Europe, the top surgeons in Europe. And there is also the possibility of a national cancer database, and therefore the role of the plastic surgeon is fundamental. We've seen that this disease has been the subject of the real revolution, and the implant registry will make it possible to have information about implants, but it will also be important to promote autologous reconstructive surgeries when other kinds of surgeries fail. Let me also underline that we are enthusiastic, and Mr. Gemato said it. We are also working on the law on safety. It was announced, and we hope it will be a reality before the summer. There was also the decision on the fact that a plastic surgeon is only the specialized doctor that has a specialty acquired in Italy or acquired abroad but recognized in Italy. And then we also heard about the commitment of the Carabinieri and the NASA unit and the implementation of the law, in particular related to breast implants. So these implants surgeries can only be performed by plastic surgeons or other specific specialties. So it is clear that in this moment, SICPRE is there, SICPRE is working on recommendations and guidelines. We are numerous and we are distributing the tasks, but we are sure that this registry will be the flagship of this beautiful historical moment that plastic surgery is experiencing now that its fundamental role of regeneration and reconstruction is recognized. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. He spoke about something fundamental, so the possibility to offer women all the possible options in case of cancer. So a plastic surgeon has a role to play because the plastic surgeon can also perform reconstructive surgeries. So it is important also to customize treatments for patients because breast implants are okay, but there are also other possibilities. Chemotherapy, radiotherapy perhaps reduce the lifetime of breast implants too much, but we should have to be ready. If I may add something, I have worked for years as a plastic surgeon in a hospital in Abruzzo region, and when there is a plastic surgeon, you really see the difference because a plastic surgeon can implant an implant, but can also perform other kinds of surgeries. So my proposal for the ministry would be to have a plastic surgeon in the breast units. Otherwise, we risk using breast implants more and more, but there is also the possibility to reconstruct, and you need to have all the possible reconstructive capacities. So a plastic surgeon in a breast unit is fundamental. Thank you so much. And now let's close with two important interventions. Dr. Alessandra Ena, representing Europa Donna, and Dr. Alba Di Leone, representing Suzanne Komen. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank in particular the Director General Cristicchi, not just as Director General, but also as a woman, because proposing and creating this registry was a real turning point for us as patients. And I also would like to thank Dr. Campanale. I meet here after 20 years as a patient and as a representative of an association of patients, and also as a healthcare representative. I would like to say that the creation of this registry is important not just for the trustability of medical devices, but also for the trustability of the cure, which is fundamental also for the well-being and the psychological well-being of patients, because that well-being is not just the well-being of the patient, but also of her family, because Alberto Veronesi said that when you save a woman, you save an entire family. So as an association of patients, this registry should express safety, because it means being safe for women, and it means feeling at ease, and not just in relation to the kind of information, but also in terms of follow-up, because you can really know more about the medical device, and you can measure also the outcomes, the results. As Professor Vittorini said, plastic surgeon should be present in the breast units. And talking about governance and organizational models, breast units should not only treat a certain number of patients, but also have a plastic surgeon. Since we are at the ministry, we have to ensure safety, control, and governance. As Dr. Campanale said, women who undergo chemotherapy or radiotherapy sometimes do not need breast implants, but just lipofilling, because you really have to customize surgical treatments. And so, another aspect that we must not underestimate is quality, because I come from a region in the south of Italy, and it was a pleasure to see data from Campania region. Emilia-Romagna region is a pilot region, we know it. So having a region like a Campania region that already has a director general that is proactive is important. And I would like to thank also the NAS unit because we have a hotline which is 112, but we would need a hotline also for implants because patients are fragile, especially in the oncology sector, where the waiting times cannot be justified. We as associations will listen to patients and to their voice, and their voice must be heard here by the institutions. Europa Donna Italia was created by Professor Umberto Veronesi, who was a visionary, and I joined Europa Donna Italia as a patient. I created an association in my city because I experienced myself these criticalities and the fact of not having a well-organized breast unit. And I experienced all the difficulties related to breast implants. I underwent 6 surgeries. So, the surgery and the creation of this registry should be really an objective. We have to ensure safety. There is also the aspect of the expenditures to be controlled, but we have to invest on the communication with the patients because we can reduce the costs of the re-interventions. Perhaps we have lost that habit. I am the first one when there is a registry to fill in because I believe in the value of data and in the fact that through this data we can provide quality. As Colonel said, we have to guarantee the Italian public health system. Our association does exactly that. We will support you, and I would like to thank you. Dr. Di Leone. So very briefly, I would like to say that this is a beautiful project with quite evident leadership.
Insomma, davvero complimenti per l'ottimo lavoro.
Congratulations for the excellent job. I would like to propose a challenge to you. Why don't introducing prompts to this beautiful project? Let us listen to the outcomes from patients. That would be the utmost, I believe, because through the prompts we would be able to know about the outcomes in terms of quality of life, capacity to work, and so on and so forth about those women. So thank you. Thank you very much for what you've done, and congratulations from the deepest of my heart. Well, we're running out of time. The head of cabinet, Mr. Matteo, would like to greet all of you. Unfortunately, he has a problem with his voice, so he won't be able to address the audience. But thank you to all of you for your patience, for staying with us from the beginning up until the end. And thank you especially for your precious insights. Have a nice day, and I believe we will see you again before the end of the year on a huge event on medical devices. We should still think of the title of the event. I want to thank my office number 5, that constantly deals with monitoring on data analysis and security. And then, of course, our marvelous colleagues. We have a marvelous directorate. The directors from all offices of the Directorate General of Medical Devices. We do also create networks within the Directorate General, and this is probably one of the reasons for the success we've achieved. Thank you to all of you.
Ciao. Questo. Un bacio. Questo è mio.